Teams have been assembled at random, rotworms and frog dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winners? Who will be the corpses? Audience, lace your bets!
Alright, well, so does this work? Just gonna do some ranked for a couple of hours, I guess, maybe longer. Is contrary to what Patch Notes said. With the release of the expansion, the season didn't really end. The rating is still there. Everything is still working. Did you expect to see anything else? Because, you know, not everything usually goes according to what's told by BioWare and patch notes or otherwise. In any case, so what are we gonna do? There's a sauna. And 2 operatives. Guy's probably just dying. Or is he? Oh my god, this is so... So who is the focus, I wonder? I would like to focus somebody. Well, I guess Sniper is the most, obvious target, right? This is such a mess. Such a mess, I must say. already. Also, everything seems pretty damn different. Time to kill has definitely gone up, at least at this point. Okay.
Frog dogs are taking it to the rotworm.
Any plan maybe? Oh my god. Any plan? Any plan?
Dog annihilated a
Would be
rotworm.
better, I would imagine, to you know, coordinate our efforts, perhaps somehow, some way.
The round is
Yeah, like Bryshik doing 600k, and all four of us are staying below 200. Well, I mean, we're probably just pacifists. It's not for us to kill others. Anyways, boys, how are you doing? 6.0 has been a disappointment for me so far. Well, I mean, separate the
to start. Ready, set, go.
some particular parts of the expansion aren't bad. I mean, yeah, like, why me? Oh yeah, of course, let's roll. I don't know what to do really. And I just die.
On the warpath.
That was a messy fight. Really messy. They just went for me, and that's about it. Neither Sork nor Sniper took any damage, and even if they did, probably just somehow got back up. And
Bammo! That rotworm was born
well,
to
Sork
kill
died, but
frog
at the same
dogs.
time, Jack died too. Maybe I could have stayed alive, but just was so surprised as to what was happening. Also, I would like to, like, what gear level do you get bolstered to? Right now, anyway.
Dog annihilated a rotworm.
Well, I guess it's the same as it was on PTS, meaning it's like almost the highest item tier or something close. So just looking at the hit points and seeing how we have the 180k on average. How much did I take? Well, I didn't take a lot. At least not this round. But well, no excuses. Just try again. Why don't you work, chat? Could you tell me what's happening? I will not hold it against you if you explain why is it don't you work? Nope, still not. Oh well, whatever. Not that anybody wants to talk to me anyway. Just gonna play the game. Flashpoint equipment crate. Why is everything so green? Like, what the hell is all this? Feels like they're giving you a lot of gear, but all this gear is so awful. You even need to keep to 70 pieces. That's like introductory at level 75, right? Well, there's also 268 and lower, but who the hell cares about that? You pretty much get full set of 270. And then you get bolstered in war zones anyway, so do I even? Like, is there any kind of value to this? Probably not. I don't see why would it be. I probably need higher tier, but 270, most likely. Most likely not. I need to check though, what kind of stats do I have right now? Maybe I just need to readjust the stat pool. Like, change some alacrity for crit maybe, so it gets bolstered instead if I already have like 15, 40, whatever. So actually I am a little bit low on alacrity. How come? I had some alacrity before and I was doing okay. Why am I suddenly under 1547? I mean, it's funny, they didn't really change the target values you need to. They just readjusted how stat pool works. So basically, you have the same values as with the previous, as you've been having the previous 3 years, but you need to have just much larger stat pools to reach any of them. But anyways, I need more alacrity. What can I do about that? This thing has critical. That's weird, I had alacrity, like what the hell happened? Should I slap this probably instead of critical? Let me see if I slap this and I get what I need. Accuracy, critical. I'm gonna keep some accuracy. What? Alacrity, this, and now I have 1601. A little bit too much, but it's better than not having. But at the same time, I dropped like almost 2.5% crit. Holy crap! And my accuracy is also below 110. Well, not perfect, not optimal. But oh well. What does it matter? Why am I doing this right now? No, does it matter? Well, we have a healer. We should probably be winning this. Where did that guy go? Oh, he's here somewhere? What? Am I below? Oh, would be nice if I didn't lag so much. Yeah. Well, not exactly the fairest of fights. Since we have a healer, but even so, they kinda came close. Did a lot of damage. Well, then they can still win. Excuse me. How about you do not kill my team, even though... Oh my friggin' god, are they gonna win? Please. Please, come on. 5 seconds. No, drop your friggin'. Oh my god. Please, can we kill this Sork? Can we? Where are you? I guess not. Oh my god, man, just help me out. Stun that Sork. Well, we're not winning this.
Who's a good rotworm killer? That Frog Dog is. Round is over. Frog Dogs took that one.
Interesting. Interesting how it's unfolded. If only there was one more stun on the Sork, I think we would have evened out chances, but there wasn't. So, lost it.
Next round's about to start. Ready, set, go rack up some kills.
Ah. Where is that guy? Now, of course, his immunity, because why the hell wouldn't he? Nobody on the target. They need to be on, which is not quite good. Interesting. Well, okay, can we not die now? Yeah, in the wrong order, since I got this tactical. To increase my priming shot damage! Oh my god, no. Ah, damn it. How about if we chase the Sork? Should be dead now. Please, please. Sork. It's a little bit embarrassing to be losing with a healer, really. Okay, maybe keep this guy alive. It's kind of dying. Well, we see we're good enough to take a round. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you, kind sirs, for at least keeping some of the hope alive. Still, it would be a lot better if we focused the, designated targets. Also, in that second round, right? The Sentinel kind of failed on running away and recovering. He hid under the. Also, what was interesting, you could actually see his target marker through the ground. How is that possible? No, 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 no! What the hell? And he is running away. You see? Wow, and he instantly vanished? That's not the best use of vanish. Unless, of course, he has two of them now. Where the hell is the guy? Wow, what the hell is going on here? Oh my god, I messed up so much. Wrong order! Oh my god, freaking get lost. Sentinel, just focus on the freaking sword, can we? The hell with the Sentinel who keeps running around. Nobody got time for that. That guy ported. All good. Sentinel is still having fun there. Yeah, okay. Well then, finish him off. I don't know what the hell is going on. probably used Unload once more before using Priming Shot. Gotta get used to this. Looks like a pretty fun tactical too. This one. Dealing damage with Blazing Bolts increases the damage of your next Priming Shot, stacking up 8 times. Up to 100%. If it crits, it has to be painful. But I don't know, really. I have no clue about what tacticals are there right now. I am too bored and too lazy to know what exactly is there. I'll just figure it out as I go. Wow, we actually somehow, some way did not lose a game with a healer on our side. Whoa. Stressful. Paladin. Did the game change a lot? Well, I don't have an opinion on that just yet. You know, I have not done a lot of PvP. I don't really have any kind of build yet. I would imagine that with new set bonuses coming in play and everybody equipping tacticals and min-maxing their gear, it would impact PvP, yes. But so far what I can tell is that time to kill has gone up definitely. Like, average damage has risen by about 70%, I would say, 60-70%, something like that. But health pools have increased by 100%, so if even by a little bit. Time to kill has gone up, and at the same time, like secondary stat pools have not changed, or stat values rather. Stat pools have changed by a lot, but to reach them now, like, well, basically you need just many more secondary points to reach the same values as prior to 6.0. Overall, I'd say, yeah, well, from just like 10 matches I've played so far, the experience is pleasant, maybe. But then, people have been talking about how many weird things there could possibly be when tacticals and set bonuses come in play, and new abilities, so that is yet to be seen. I must say, though, it's pretty fun to be able to rock it out twice. And it's not fun to be dealing with operatives with their resets and all. Like, operatives have become extremely powerful, in my opinion, from what I've seen. There really isn't much you can do to counter that. Yeah, smart people probably will figure it out, and everyone else, including me, will most likely steal their ideas and apply them to the game, so just as it always happens. And I wouldn't expect anything specifically coherent out of PvP for the next few weeks while people are gearing in, you know, figuring out their builds. Getting their set bonuses, their mods, their tacticals, like sticking it all together. Or stitching. Probably stitching is a better word, yeah. Sticking it together. Stick it together, bitch. No problem, man. No problem. So yeah, as I started saying before, I'm slightly disappointed, or maybe more than slightly, with how this expansion was delivered. In my opinion, not only does not deserve to be called expansion, but also certain things like additional 5 levels are entirely unwarranted. They could have just changed the entire gearing process without having to adjust the 5 levels up. But at the same time, I imagine to change the power levels of everything, you probably have to scale level somehow. Maybe that was just the essential part. Like without it, would not have happened internally. But still, like those 5 levels are just there for no reason. You level in about 40 minutes by just doing the story, and that's it. There is absolutely no meaning to this progression aside from, to start getting that new gear. Those 5 levels mean nothing, like nothing. Also, content is kind of shallow. I mean, you play through the story quite quickly. Also, story, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't... Well, I mean, some people are praising it, and I can't say that it's bad. Definitely good dialogue. I guess. Depends on how you see it. Good dialogues, but at the same time, they're just recycling all the characters which are already written. Nothing really new is introduced. It's short. New planets are, even though they're gorgeous, but they're small. What else? New Flashpoint does not really look that cool. New Operation, haven't seen it yet, but haven't played it yet. Seen it, looks pretty cool, but that's not a lot. Not a lot at all to be called an expansion. Yeah, the season is still alive. It was never taken down. You can still play, you can still get your ELO if you wanted to. Unless they have something in mind, like cutting off and disregarding all the changes, all the ELO changes ever since the patch came out. But I don't think so. What's our plan? Anybody? Well, there is this guy here. What? What? Where is he? Why me? Oh my god, yeah, okay. I thought he would roll into me. But I guess I was wrong! Can I, like, get out? Do I have... Oh my freaking god. Wow, fuck off. Please, I beg of you. No, I'm gonna die. Damn it. Well, what to say? It took us a little bit way too long to kill the Jug. Like, what? What? Excuse me? Guess I'm going to try my DPS PC. Yeah, go ahead. Why wouldn't you do that? Go ahead, my friend. Running away from an operative is even more freaking impossible right now. Like he permanently sats on me. What could I have done to shake him off, I wonder? Like, rolls are endless right now with the resets.
That round belongs to the
It took almost 1 million damage though, and that's exactly what I'm saying. TTK. What are the biggest hits? Minus 27, well, pretty much as it always been. And as you can see, the biggest hit hasn't really gone up that much. The biggest hit has gone up by, well, at most 50%. But at the same time, health pools, and obviously armor values have gone up. And health pools are up by more than 100%, so what, like 140 and 150 in some rare exclusive cases were tops, right? What we had in 5. I didn't wanna just fucking die. What the hell did they want from me though? Wonder. Ah, my god. So weird. Oh my fucking god. Just get lost, you. How about now? But I mean, if there was anybody else on me at that point in time, I would have died. I don't know why Operative actually got off me. Extremely odd. Maybe he thought that I was dead? Well, I wasn't. I say I was pretty much alive. Almost 1 million taken again. But given my health pool and adjusted values for things like Quota Overload, that's not exactly surprising. I guess should be taking more. If you think about it, I had 140k back in 5.0, right? And like a good amount of survivability in 4 DPS games was something like 450k. So that's like 250%. Well, actually, right now I did like 300%, so I guess survivability has gone up with the scaling on med packs and Quota Overload and stuff like that. Holy crap! Okay. Please don't lead to me, okay? Ah! Let me go! Holy fuck! I'm so rooted! Ow. Wow. Wow, please. Please, holy fuck, I am just rooted permanently. I can't say I am happy about it. Like... every freaking route. Like... I don't know. That didn't make me happy at all. And yeah, I messed up. Well, obviously I messed up. I always get kind of panicked whenever I get rooted endlessly. I want to freaking rocket out. Like, seriously, I have 2 stacks of rocket out, but I can't do it. I have no freaking root breaker or whatever. I'm just rooted in place. I get interrupted. I get rooted again. Out of this round, I spent like 50% of just standing in place, simply because rooted. One root after another. Can this Marauder make it out? Go, baby. No, probably not. He ran straight into the operative. Why didn't he run this way, though? So what is OP? OP is OP. I don't know. I mean, outside of endless routes, what is OP? This Sork is freaking madness. Why is he not been focused? Actually, yeah, should have just killed the madness Sork. Well, now it doesn't really matter, so...
That frog dog is sulky kibble. Rotworms rack up a score. That round belongs to the Rotworm.
I took actually this time I took even more damage. That was like 350%. Well, 330% or something like that, but still. I took a lot of damage. Still wasn't enough though. Alright, so since I kind of want to gear up, I guess I need to be opening these crates. Bonus Renown Trophy. Is it used automatically? I guess it is. Why does it keep giving me this 270 crap? I don't need it. I'm already full 270. I don't need anymore. So what's the point? Can I, like, I don't know, reverse engineer it? Move all crafting materials of premium quality and below to crafting materials inventory. Really? I can do that? Renown stash. It's kind of cold in here. I guess I need something. Or maybe it's just stress. Anyways, yeah. Do you no longer reverse engineer anything? Where the hell is the button? I remember it was in my inventory. Oh, deconstruction, okay. Potential to learn schematics. Can you learn anything from this? No research available. This doesn't say no research available. This doesn't do that either. Potential to learn schematics. I don't think I can learn anything from this, right? But let's just try anyway, who cares? 70, deconstructing. Got some tech fragments, some scrap and things, okay. Okay, whatever. Can I get anything fancy from... Like, it only gives me this freaking awful stuff, like... Green things! I am not a fan of the green color. Like, real. Green is not what I want! Some materials, whatever they are, and some old materials. Is materials inventory like legacy bound? hi. Want some AoE damage if I can? How the hell? Okay, this is weird. I hit him, right? I think I did. Oh my god. Look at those rolls. Just look at them. I don't like those rolls at all.
That round belongs to the Rotworms.
For a second there I thought they were rolling like Pac-Man, but does Pac-Man actually roll? I didn't think so. Pac-Man is round, but does it roll? Holy motherfucking shit. Ah, fuck off. All of you. And I need to bail out for a sec. Wow. Didn't, oh my god, come on, activate shit! Holy! Can you CC him finally? Nice. No! God, gosh darn it. I used more freaking cooldowns than I wanted to. Well, but that's about it, I guess, for me. And I'm rooted again. Although I had Root Breaker this time, but I was also stunned, so couldn't really use it. Nice switch to Stain, but at the same time it's 3-on-2, so... So... How much damage? 1,033,000. Those guys were mean. 1,000,000 damage. Yeah, that's the kind of damage you can take these days. And the overall damage you can take has definitely gone up, so that only means that TTK has gone up, even though, well, slightly or not, I don't really know. It's like 15% increase in TTK, at least from how it feels right now. Not bad. 15%. Not bad at all. Got more green stuff. Like what? I imagine they gotta be running like flashpoints and operations. Probably doing some hard mode Karaga and Eternity Vault would be the most efficient in getting gear right now. Should I replace my blasters for 270? Experimental Awesome. Feel the Medica belt. Whatever, it's leaving. Experimental Awesome boots. Anyways, I just want to clear my inventory of everything. Because this amount of stuff confuses me a lot, in fact. 70 healed. I know everything is like legacy bound, but I don't care about that right now. Just looking at the rate at which you get to 70 items that die, you imagine they're completely worthless. Oh yeah, this is a slight upgrade, so I guess I can use it. Anyways, deconstruct. Got some materials, got a bunch of tag fragments. I gotta go visit the vendor on Fleet and see what are the prices even for, you know, set bonuses for the shells and stuff. Still have a bunch of things. What? Wow, upgrade, huh? Alright. Might as well use it, why not? Has accuracy on it though. Do I need accuracy? Kinda need a little bit. At the same time, I also need my alacrity. Otherwise, I will not be bolstered to where I need it to be. So hard to make a decision. Anyways, this thing goes away. And, this one comes in instead. Well, I guess I'm keeping those, since they have set bonus. Might be useful for a healer, I don't know, 10% alacrity. So anyways, is crafting materials inventory. Let me just do a quick Google on this. So what that is 6.0? 6.0 is materials inventory legacy bound or whatever, I don't know. Crafting materials is aiming to have all of your gear bound to your legacy, not one character. Well, I don't know. I guess the only way to find out is to log in some other character and see if the materials are there. Versatile barrel, let's put it in the main end, because why the hell not? Also, there is no accept button anymore, so basically if you don't have a warning on, it just automatically replaces your previous mod and it's gone. So if by accident you opens this interface and you just put in a mod and you don't have the warning on, which tells you every time, oh my god, the mod is going to be destroyed, well, that mod will be gone. Also, I didn't get this weird thing with having to buy augmentation slot access. Like what? It cost 50 cartel points, coins, or 250k credits. What? Why? Why was it like? I guess BioWare needs to make money somehow. And 50 cartel coins? Well, it's 50 cartel coins. Pretty easy to see where it goes from there. Since you can't really buy 50 cartel coins, although you can kind of earn them from in-game activities if you're a new player, but still. Like, people will need this slot. They don't have 250k credits, although that's hard to imagine too, I guess. They will just buy cartel coins and spend 50, and the rest, well, then the rest is profit. Triple jug, how sweet. It really feels like jugs are somewhat harder to kill now. What new ability did they get? I don't even remember. Not that it matters, they still die, but it takes longer. I need to actually keep checking how much damage, like, hard to kill jugs take before dying. And wasn't there some kind of issue with enraged defense? Like, it does not scale as it should? Or something? Like, they said they will fix it sometime later. So who is the target here? Zagord! Are you ready to die? My little friend. Ah, no. Damn it. God, can you not throw him around? Sheesh, oh my god, come on. Insanity. Insanity, he LOS'd me all this time. Me. Bro!
We're just obliterated a frog dog.
Never mind. You didn't see that. For some reason I thought I wasn't alone. But I guess it's my fault. But I was. Well, happens. What can I say? This round is lost, but next round will definitely go better. I mean, I would have survived, but because I thought I wasn't alone up here, I wasted one of my GCDs, which should have been used for, yeah, like for 100k taken, yeah, sure. And I wasted one of my GCDs, which should have been used for call to overload. And I would have been fine, but nope. I was like, hey, my allies will probably support me. That's because tunnel vision is strong with my mercenary and its player.
Time for another round. Time for pain.
Anyways, it's not gonna be as terrible. I hope. But no. I want to break, but that's not. What the hell does this guy want from me? Anyway. Okay. And where is everybody? I probably need to drop down. Back off. What the hell are you doing, boys? Could you please tell me? Gotta run and sustain myself a bit. Okay. So, where is the fight? The hero arrives. Oh my god. Mind if I... Oh yeah, of course. It had to... Just had to be... Just kill him already, okay. Well, having full HP, as it turns out, does not exactly guarantee your survivability if you have 0 defensive cooldowns overall.
A frog dog annihilated a rotworm.
And that freaking lamp
Round is over.
in the way of my rocket out didn't really help me escape either. But I did take, wow, less than 1 million. Come on, what the hell? Feels like taking less than 1 million damage these days is just bad. Well, okay, I take 900k too.
With 1 round remaining, the score is tied. Who will win the match?
Why is that guy still there, I wonder? Oh my... No, what the hell? What the hell? So what exactly do you want of me, man? Nope. I wholly disagree. Oh, that guy's still chasing. How about? How about freaking no?
Frog Dogs on the warpath.
Hi.
Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rockworms. What a kill! Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rockworms. What a kill! Who's a good Rockworm?
Wow. Somehow,
Frog Dog is.
some way,
Round is over.
wasn't even that bad in damage. Although they weren't pushing it all into killing me, that's for sure.
Thanks you for.
But still, it felt like I didn't do that terrible. As I usually would. Did it really just give you 13 points? Yeah, why wouldn't it? The season is still live. Nothing is reset. Well, it's called Preseason 12, but it's, you know, still giving you rating and stuff. I remember back in the day there wasn't any rating, but I guess to keep it somewhat alive, they decided not to turn it off or whatever. Or maybe they made some blunder somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, but season 11 is over. Yeah, I've been thinking the same, you know. Of course it's over. It's called Preseason 12 even in the interface. But the rating is still there. Maybe someone did BioWare thing, or maybe it's intended, because I would imagine ranked is not really that popular when there's no rating. So maybe they just left it on, but the funny thing is that the rating is still the same as it was, you know, at the end of season 11. So one would think that, you know, they changed the name and stuff, but not the actual mechanics of the seasons. So, well, I don't really know. Doesn't matter. I have to admit, though, that having racing kind of makes it better. Without the racing, people would do all kinds of shit. But, you know, having those numbers being added and subtracted kind of helps. For it to be not a complete crap show.
Welcome to Garada the Hutt's Arena of Death. I'm your Deathmaster, Baron Deathmark.
Should I just disintegrate all this 270 crap? It's not like... But at the same time, if I do not disintegrate it, I get tech fragments. So yeah, I guess I should just grab this all. But why is it only 270? Is there a chance I could roll something better than 270? I wonder. Like 270 is entirely useless at this point. Who the hell cares about that? I need my set bonus first of all, I guess. So, attack fragments then. Well, we all know what we gotta do. There's this guy. And I think this guy plays Hatred. Madness, so... But at the same time, there's Marauder also, so... So many juicy targets.
Get in there and go berserk!
Really? Why? Wow, come on. Really? Madness Sin? Freaking chasing me? What world do we live in? Oh my god. Well.
Who's a good rotworm killer? That frog dog is.
At least they killed. Yeah, I forgot to see like those damage values on Jug last friggin' game too. Need to slow down. Need to slow down on my arena exits. Holy crap! Just being chased by Madness Sin as a merc. What the hell?
That rotworm was born to kill frog dogs.
Well, I guess we're winning, but still. Didn't really feel that good. The Jug has 9% left. Maybe you should have tried to sustain. And now it's not actually guaranteed that we're winning. The other Jug probably has no cooldowns left. Come on, kill him. Don't chase the Sork. That guy has nothing, or at least... Oh, no, actually, he still has enraged defense, which is nice. But the Sin shouldn't have anything left, right? So just focus him down and he will fall. He's used his Vanish, and the Sork comes after. The Jug can be off-healed. Yeah, okay. The Sin is down. And the Jug can be off-healed by the Merc. Sork will be down, but it doesn't look like the Merc is actually interested in off-healing. 5% left, 4. The guy is dotted. GG. Would have been easier, of course, if the Merc off-healed him. But... And there is still this freaking odd bug with the mouse. Like, barely touching it sometimes sends my screen flying. And this wasn't a thing before the patch. Jug is like, heal me. Yeah, I agree with the Jug. Like, what the hell? And now, the Merc might actually lose. You never know. It's a possibility. It's not like... the Sork is madness, though. So it is kind of increasingly difficult to beat an Arsenal Merc, even if you're the best Sork ever. The dots can be healed through, and you can't really face off like this, simply because Merc will always deal more damage. Your only chance is it's like to run away and dot, but at the same time, if you run away, the merc can sustain himself, and your dots don't really do that much. Sweater is still crap on 6.0. Well, I can't say that a lot of it's changed, so if you thought it was crap before, I don't think there's anything right now that will change your opinion, man. It is, from what I can feel, it is very much the same as it felt. But, you know, the way arenas go is slightly different because some things changed after all. How about... Wait, where the fuck is my... Oh my god, how the hell did I remove the stun? Talented boy I am. I kinda need the stun, you know. Kill him! Kill! Yeah, after this match I probably need my stun back. It's not that great not to have stun. What to say? Fat fingers are fat. Fucking god. And this is where having a stun would have helped me, I guess. But yeah, I don't have it. There's a guy over here doing some things. Wow, really? Oh my lord! Can we please kill him? Graphics are better? Why? Why would they be? Was there supposed to be better graphics? No, I didn't think so. Pretty much the same as... I remember them. Well, they did change some icons. Like, you know, like those. They're a little bit more flashy than they used to be. It's easier to see them now. Electro Dart, thank you for coming back. Probably need to lock my ability bars so it doesn't happen again. Talented player, daily PvP. Anyways, gotta go and see how much tech component things cost. Where is it even? In supplies section or something? Yeah, definitely. Just for these icons, I suggest you buy the 1 year sub. I mean, an attempt to improve graphics would definitely have an obvious downside. The game can just break down and never start again, because the poor engine wouldn't be able to handle the load. So, Inquisitor Tacticals and set bonuses, Warriors Tacticals, Head Vendor, Renowned Vendor, Merchant of Mystery, wow, Bounty Hunter. So what can I get here?
If you are infected with the Raku plague,
Wow, not only I need like Funny how the price is so fucking small that it's impossible to see it without the freaking magnifying glass. And it's not... Oh yeah, okay, it's duplicated in the left card. 3,000 tech fragments and 1 million credits. Are you shitting me? Well, I mean, I see where it's going. Basically, you need to make credits, whether through crafting or, you know, through doing dailies and just regularly grind content. Terrible, though. I mean, an attempt to revive the contents is obviously commendable, I guess, but, like... by making it increasingly grindy? Really? Well, doesn't matter to me. Still, the prices are pretty damn atrocious. I don't want to look at them again. Matey, do we have a window open somewhere? Because it's really freaking cold. Like, my feet are freezing. And heating isn't helping. Thank you. Ah! Just as I was about to scan, so unfortunate. Ah, my God! Again, just as I was about to use my hydraulic overrides. Oh man. Well, I guess. Just a sec, matey, I can hear anything. Things are exploding around me. Okay. Not ideal, but worked. You didn't really have to do that. Yeah, kill this guy, please. Should be so dead now. Again, I didn't see his friggin' shroud, like, for real. Why? Yeah, Spin and Strike definitely deals a lot of damage, yeah. Not really afraid of that one. 6.1. To what level is gear bolstered right now? Like, what gear do I need to actually outperform bolster? Asana, talk to me. You totally know. What kind of gear do I need?
Next round's about to start. Ready, set, go rack up some kills.
Hey. Well, I guess not. Why? I mean, that's our primary target. Okay. Let me ease up damage on the Jag so he can survive a little bit longer, although that's not exactly beneficial, I guess. Better to kill those guys faster. No, well, too bad. Well, let's finish with the Merc now, I guess. Would make sense, because Merc has already expended everything. Oh my god, okay. I am out of this fight for a little while. Well, let's kill those guys then. I mean, I don't mind. Ah! Okay, no, I'm not.
That rotworm was born to kill frog dogs. See that rotworm's kill from space. That round belongs to the rotworm.
Well, I guess worked out okay. Again, let me look at the prices and get scared. Anything cheaper than 3K and 1 million? How the hell do you even? Well, one thing for sure, it will take a while to gear up without, you know, running end game content, I guess. And from the renowned crates, I get some insane crap. I read in the patch notes it said that all the renowned crates and levels are equal. So basically, if you can get the best gear, you should be able to get it right now. But so far? No. When? Should just wear some socks. That's the best solution. Why am I sitting without socks if my feet are freezing? Anyways, I'm kinda. Can we? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Salad? Salad? Women exist to be oppressed, you know that. Feminists would be like, hey, don't let this bastard do whatever he wants. Don't worry, I cook for my wife too, sometimes. And I hope to do it tomorrow. Why the hell this freaking chat is so broken? Like, none of the freaking messages showed up. Eh. Whatever. I don't care. Why do I have like only 500 critical? Well, probably because I don't have any critical. It's mostly like alacrity. Wow, whatever it is they did to stats, I don't understand it yet. All my perfectly balanced characters turned into crap suddenly. No alacrity, no crit, no accuracy, nothing. The stats are in terrible shape.
Master Baron Deathmark. Two teams have been assembled at random, Rotworms and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winners?
Well, two jugs. Probably gonna stack.
Place your bets.
I'm just hoping they will not stack on me. That's my only request, so I could peacefully, I don't know, AoE or something.
Frog Dogs, Rotworms, get in there and go berserk!
Should have maybe rushed them down below, but at the same time, being a merc. Am I not what I wanted to happen. Should I break or should I not? I don't want to. I don't want to. How long is it gonna last? Long enough for me to Okay, good job. Undie? Maybe that wasn't the best thing to do. Come on, this guy is so friggin' annoying. Just died. He broke. Damn it. Where the hell did that other guy go? Come on, man, don't die on me. We still have things to take care of. Really? And he just... okay. Well, that was a bit of a fail. Thought he would want to fight, but I guess not.
You can see that Rotworms kill from space!
Oh my god. Well, that's about it. I have nothing else, sadly.
Who's that good Rotworm killer? That Frog Dog is! The round is over! Frog Dogs took that one!
Or did I still have my adrenal? I wasn't even paying attention, damn it. If I had my adrenal, that was a fail. But at the same time, Assassin ran away. And then Marauder would have run away too, so... anyways, just gotta try better. For a second I was
Time for another
confused again.
round. Time for pain!
I probably still had my adrenal right. Well, come on, pop him out. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Pop the guy out of stealth.
Bad day to be a rotworm.
Come on, kill something, God. Are we attacking me? Yeah, we are.
See that rotworm kill from space.
Come on, don't run. Don't run too far.
Rotworm eradicated. Frog dogs on the warpath. You could see that rotworm kill from space. You could see that rotworm's kill from space. That round belongs to the rotworm.
Well, problem at the start of the round was I wasn't really attacking the same target as I should have been. I went on that first jug I saw, and I kept seizing on him. But, well, in the end it still worked out in our favor. Not that I should be. Cool Nuke! Hello, how are you doing? Cool Nuki. Cool Nuki. How cool is your nuke? Do you have like a big nuke, or is it maybe an average sized? Now they're guarding. How cute is that? Oh my god, we're dying so badly. Okay, we killed something. Isn't that wonderful? Well, that's not that great.
That rotworm was born to kill frog dogs. You could see that rotworm's kill from space. That round belongs
Wow,
to
he
the
did
rotworm.
10. Wow. The power of dots. Not really surprised we started dropping so low at some point. Because 10k DPS is a lot. Obviously it was in a stack and with the dots, blah blah blah, but still, it's a lot of damage you can deal. 10k. We still won, but 10k. 10k, it's 10k. It's like more damage per second than the two of us were doing. Unfortunately though, they are not mercs. Anyways, I guess there's no avoiding doing PvE. Because, like, I've seen people that are already over item level 300 just from doing flashpoints. Get tactical item. Yeah, I got
All
one.
representatives tending to the Rackle
There we go.
situation are
I've got
enabled
a Burning Bright. Gives me a little bit more damage on Primate Shot
both your life and citizenship
Uh,
at risk.
after I use Blazing Bolts. So, yeah. Kind of a cute little thing. What the hell is Mando's culture? What's Mando's? Commando? Mandalorians? What the hell is Mando's culture? Why is it written like that? Considering who Jedi Master Nostral is, that he's a historian that's very careful with his words, why would he call anybody a Mando?
Welcome to Garada the Hutt's Arena of Death! I'm your Deathmaster, Baron Deathmark! Two teams have been assembled at random, Rotworms and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winner? Who will be the corpses? Audience, place your bets!
So, do I?
Frog Dogs, Rotworms, get in there and go!
So Goar Khan tried to snap before and okay. Did I just use my typical me? Well, I guess not that it's a huge deal or anything, but I don't have my
Rotworm eradicated! Frog Dogs on the warpath!
something went wrong over here. he gonna die to the dot though, or is he not?
A good rockworm killer, that Frog Dog is.
Did he die? I don't see him.
Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rotworms. What a kill!
Well, I thought to do it preemptively, but I failed sadly.
Rotworm eradicated.
Wow.
On the warpath. The round is over. Frog Dogs took that one.
Wasting my Electronets in the beginning was a mistake. I thought we would burst Sniper fast because he got caught in a stun, but no. But no, let's just stick to Jug first and I see where it goes from there.
Teammates, last round. Here's your chance to do it again. New round.
Where the hell is the Jug? Why are you attacking me now? Any reason for that? Oh my lord. This is crazy. They're all hating. I kinda need to recuperate for a sec. God, leave me the fuck alone. I might die right now. Can't say I'm happy about that. Okay. Where the hell is that guy though?
Saki kibble. Rotworms rack up a score.
Okay, no. Kill the sniper. Kill the sniperino!
Rotworm.
Damn it. Nope. Breaker. Did the dot help me just now? Fucking god. Getting chased by a freaking.
Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rotworm. What a kill!
By a freaking Madness Sork. What the hell? Insanity.
Who's a good
What the
Rotworm
fuck?
killer? That Frog Dog is.
Well, it was a complete mess. It was a complete mess of a round.
Frog Dog took that one. Girata thanks you for your
And that's the end result.
Play again sometime.
Well, actually, I finally realized that in the morning you still got your rating adjusted. But does it not change anymore? I think they disabled it. It's still at 1167, but in the morning it still worked.
Lockdown protocols.
So I guess someone forgot to unplug it. Untamed Beast. Nah, As much as I wish to be an untamed beast, but that's not me. That title belongs to someone else in the community. There is at least one person I know who is self-proclaimed untamed beast. So unfortunately, I can't take away this title. Yes, rating so important. That's just human psychology, you know? Getting the chance to, be better than someone else and having it reflected by some meaningless numbers just inspires you to play and try to play better even. Does not necessarily mean that you can do it. Thank you, man, thank you. But that last match, I can't say so. I could have definitely done better, but especially the last round was really messy. From my whole team, obviously me included. But oh well, I wouldn't be daily friggin' PvP if I didn't play messily. That's just a part of me. Heritage, no. No drama. All the drama is calmed down in the past 2 months. I haven't been around. I guess people are just busy trash talking among themselves. And I am busy just trying to have fun in the game.
Welcome to Garada the Hutt's Arena of Death! I'm your Deathmaster, Baron Deathmark. 2 teams have been assembled at random, Rotworms and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team...
Well, there's this, and then there's this. At the same time, they have 3 taunts. If they taunt well, damage is going to be...
corpses. Audience, place your bets.
damage is going to be pretty low, and it will take time to kill anybody. Who's this YouTube streamer? Well, I decided to try out, Restream. I'm on both. I'm on 4 services right now, and everywhere I have like 0 viewers, but that doesn't matter. I'm trying Restream.io, which pretty much allows you to stream to simultaneously to any streaming service you want. So right now I'm on Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, and Africa, if you know what Africa is. It's a dead Korean streaming service where Korean grills show off parts of their bodies in an attempt to make some money.
Frog Dogs, Rotworms, get in there and go berserk!
What? How the hell didn't I hit that? Are you telling me I didn't hit the guy zapping me? Well, I don't want to break this. Okay, maybe not. Fuck off then.
Rotworms kill from space!
Well, I kind of wasted my my Electronet. But, oh. I tried some fancy plays. Didn't work as wonderful as I hoped it would.
Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rotworms! What a kill!
Guy. Stun him. Stun. Okay, don't stun. Who cares? 46k, not bad. Okay, no then. No is a no. I know what diversion is. My god, where did you go? Kill it! Kill it with fire! Come on, it's so dead. 7 seconds left. You gotta kill it. You gotta kill this sin. You gotta kill it. I wanna off heal you a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Let me heal you slightly. Where is the guy? Wait, he... Oh, wait. Am I blind? Yeah, shit. What am I doing? I am slightly blind. Sir, don't die. Just regen, okay? Ah, he rolled. Finally, them snipers and their kiting abilities. But yeah, for a second I lost sight on the sniper, and I used the jump pad, and I realized he was behind us.
Next round's about to start. Ready, set, go rack up some kills!
Interesting. Ah, my god, is he going to drop down? Please. Can I see anything? No. Just die already. That's some sin. Should I break? Should not. No, I guess not. Sniper will help me anyway. Hello? I might be dying over here. Ah. What the hell happened? How did we lose this? We killed Jug pretty fast. Nah, my Can we please not lose? I don't see why. I don't see why. Now, if you could explain to me why must we lose this, I might accept it, although probably not. Did I do some crap, I wonder? That's why we lost. Oftentimes I start doing crap mid-round, and my team like collapses around me. Wow, man, you'd better run. What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Okay.
That frog dog is fucking killed. Bratwurst, rack up a score. That rotworm was born to kill frog dogs.
And then it somehow went our way. Where is the guy? Where's the guy fighting against Sniper? Well, we had one casualty. He's not gonna be missed. Anyways, die please. Please die. Well, such a mess, I swear. It's like, everything was going so weird. Starting, like, first 5 seconds. People decide to drop down, then somebody gets pushed. Assassins open, then assassins get scattered around everywhere. Like, no matter where you look, regardless of where you look, there is, like, an assassin there. There were only 2 assassins on the enemy team, but, you know, being scattered like that felt like there were 10 at least. Okay now.
Should the Rakul problem grow out of hand, the Imperial First Fleet is pre-authorized to commence full-scale orbital bombardment of Tatooine.
Anyways, could check out other vendors, I guess, then. What the hell is Merchant of Mystery? Those are low-level things. Level 7 is a modification vendor. What is Merchant of Mystery? You don't look that mysterious to me. In fact, kind of familiar.
Stranger, I'm Kaizak, famed adventurer and entrepreneur.
First time I ever hear of you.
Shopper who can tell them.
I have not seen you helping me take down Republic ever.
Really? Wow. That must be how I knew you weren't just any old boring customer. You're not someone who settles for the average.
We met before? What? Really?
The
Where?
government tested in safety approved. You want the powerful, the exotic, the mysterious. You want what Kai Zykin is selling. All
Do I?
items are limited time offerings. I shift suppliers constantly and pass the savings from all allegedly unpaid shipping fees directly to you. So, come back when I have my next batch ready and become my latest happy customer. You there, you look like a shopper who could tell the best from the rest. I should
Okay.
have something for you in a day or two. It'll be worth the wait. Trust me.
Really? It doesn't work? I wonder what's that supposed to be. What kind of stuff would you sell? Spoils of war?
To your heart's content.
350 tech fragments. How many fragments do I have right now? Should I try buying something or should I be saving
Splendid day.
for a particular item I want?
To our market, potential customer.
What can I buy for renown? Just some ugly things as well as renown boosts.
Thank you for your patronage.
What dark secret shall I share with you?
What dark secrets shall you share with me? Anyways, yeah, let's try to gamble.
Wonderful
Gamble,
to see you.
tech fragments. Okay, like, let's see. Unidentified chest piece. Green crap.
Quite nice.
Is it? No, I think it's...
Not bad. Not bad at all.
No, it's terrible. What the hell? Can I not get anything better than this?
Appreciate it.
What the hell is this? And why would I buy this?
Per Ministry of Biotic Science guidelines, airlock expulsion has been approved as an acceptable method of Rackles Ray carrier disposal.
Twitch chat still doesn't work for whatever reason. Still does not work, which is too bad. Well, I mean, obviously it works, just not in the app I'm using. Something happens to Twitch chat, and I can't see it in the app anymore. How sad is that? In any case, feels like it's the same 8 people just playing right now, having a little bit of fun, or at most like 10 people queuing.
Random, Rotworms, and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winners? Who will be the corpses? Audience, place your bets.
Kinda sad this game is dead. Well, for the first time in ages yesterday, Imperial Fleet had 6 instances. Well, like 1,000 more people logged on into the game. And the story planets had like 60 or 70 instances each.
Crazy every night. Your voice, your touch, your smile.
So it's not entirely dead. PvP is dead. PvE is pretty much alive.
But baby, you must believe
You can't say that PvE is dead at all. Nobody cares about PvP in the game, which is a shame, because, I don't know, of all the MMOs I played, PvP in this game has been most satisfactory. It just has a lot of things in it, which are pleasant. Wait, he broke. Why? That's one fucking dead sentinel, this should be. Or maybe not, he's trying to run away.
Annihilated a rotworm.
Okay, I guess... like not? Ah, come on.
Eradicated. Frog Dogs on the warpath. Rotworm eradicated. Frog Dogs on the warpath. The round is over. Frog Dogs took that one.
PvE has been kind of fun. Yeah, I know what you mean. I also play this game for PvP. Well, I still personally think that PvP has been killed by the players themselves. Yeah, obviously BioWare made a lot of wrong decisions too, but for the most part, I believe that players killed PvP themselves. The moment people started being 100% toxic with trading, cheating, botting, that's when PvP died.
You must believe me.
And what's funny is that a lot of people who outright cheated try to act high and mighty. That's like such an insane bullshit I've ever seen. But in any case, it doesn't really matter. I myself enjoy doing some PvP, and that's what it is. Who are we fucking attacking? Excuse me. I'm confused. The guy with a huge target above his head is walking right here. Ah. Come on. Come on. Don't let him go. Oh my fucking god.
That frog dog is soggy kibble. Rotworms rack up a
So what's happening? Where did the jug go? God freaking damn it. Oh my god.
Bammo! That rock
I let the jug go, and that's about it, I guess. Isn't it wonderful? Not really. Yeah, hello, Juggy Jug. Well, too much freaking HP. Like, what am I even doing here? Like, what the hell was that? Mind blowing.
that round belongs to the rotworm.
Almost literally mind blowing.
With one round remaining, the score is tied. Who will win the match?
Anyways, we'll talk about toxicity. It's not my... I don't really want to talk, but yeah, I do have an opinion of what happened to this game. And it's not BioWare's bad decisions. Obviously, they made a lot of decisions that you probably wouldn't consider good. And we're like, what the fuck is happening? Ah, wake me up! Wow, nice. Breaking the push. Okay, another push. How wonderful is that? My fucking god. Another mess of a game. Well, come on, we can do it, perhaps. Yeah, of course. What's happening? What's going on in this town? Okay. That guy is dead. How wonderful is that? Ah, shit, kill him! Ah! Nice, nice fear. The right moment. The right moment. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I guess I'm not getting anything out of the shield. Why does every time I believe I'm gonna get focused, it doesn't happen? Wait a sec. I'm kinda dying over here. Wait, what? Where did you go? I got you to scan. No! Did I have anything? Well, no, not really. I should have ran. But this guy can win. I believe in him. Just finish off. Just dot them. Dot them to oblivion. You can do it. Okay? Okay? Jack doesn't have a lot. Do you have phase walk, I hope? Whatever it is, still though. Stop punching the microphone. The microphone is better off unpunched.
That frog dog is soggy kibble. Rotworms back up a...
Wow, we lost.
That round belongs to the rotworm.
Did I net the jug and focus the more? Did I? Maybe I did. I was just trying to figure out what exactly were we doing, because, like, we weren't exactly focusing the marked targets and just, you know. Maybe. Maybe I did crap, but I don't care. Anyways, about how the players killed the game. Well, at some point, as I understand it, the amount of people that were incredibly active in ranked, they started doing questionable things like win trading, botting, intentionally throwing, and at the same time, they also thought what the things they were doing are right, and they insulted and harassed other players, like players that didn't do so well according to their beliefs, and that's what killed it. When 95% of a regular population you meet in ranked behaves like that, you kind of want to stop playing. That's, I believe, why the game is like the game's PvP is in the state it is. Some people quit because of the decisions, other quits because of the asshats that populate, not just populated, but still populate solo ranked and normal PvP, and that's it. Pretty much got people with the thickest skin and That's all. If anybody new tries to get back into the game, they're quickly alienated by other people's behavior.
Rotworms and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round.
How do you get Jack Biochem Tactical? No idea. Like, every tactical says how to get it. You know, they have a little description under the tactical, which pretty much says where you can get it. Every game's PvPs like that, every MMOs, I don't know, I disagree. Like, I played some ESO PvP, I played some Guild Wars 2 PvP, and the amounts of toxicity are way lower. Yeah, obviously there are toxic players everywhere, but in case of Swatter, 95 people remaining on ranked at least are friggin' toxic. Obviously, there are always some impatient people that have problems, you know, handling themselves in every game. They just want to win, but when something goes against their expectations, they just blow up simply because they don't know any other way, obviously. But usually, they are a small part of the overall community. In case of Swatter, they are the majority, and that's why things are as bad as they are. Ah, well, why can't I see him? Why can't I see the guy? That is so incredibly weird. Okay, I guess not. He opened on me but switched to somebody else. Ah, shit. Where did the guy go? My god, did he vanish? No, he didn't vanish. But he dropped down. How the fuck is he back up again? Again, that was so bad. And he's full? What? Nice. How did he get full HP though? Did I miss something? He was like pretty much dead and then he was full again. That was a little bit unexpected. I was kind of sure I will... Well, the first thing was he dropped down, but then he was... Did he just turn... Yeah, probably. Because I can't pay attention to several spots on map at the same time. That's why I sucked. Really? Really? Please don't die to him.
Frog Dogs are taking it to the Rockworm. What a kill! That Frog Dog is sulking.
It'd be nice to finally finish off the guy. Where is everybody? The guy is still alive. Okay, I kinda need to heal myself, otherwise I will just die.
Frog Dog annihilated a Rockworm. Frog Dog down. Frog Dog down.
Ah, my god, come on. No, 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 no.
Rockworm eradicated. Frog Dog's on the warpath. The round is over. Frog Dog took that one. With one round remaining,
Aren't you hungry?
the score is tied. Who will win the match?
Yeah, I thought about the tactical. Thank you, Sylvis. Yeah, I thought so too, that it might have been the case, but my can we maybe kill him? Why aren't we focusing the one we should be? Oh, he's gonna die. Does he not have Vanish? Okay, I guess. Actually, no, not really okay. How about killing the Jug? Might help us.
Frog Dog annihilated a Rockworm.
Wow, the friggin' health I'm restoring here. This is not good. Or is it? No! No! Holy crap!
Rockworms rack up a score. Frog Dog down. Game over. Rockworms humiliate the Frog Dogs.
Unfortunate. Why didn't Sork continue killing the Sin? We were on Sin, and well, I guess he didn't want to win. If Sork kept on attacking the Sin, we probably would have dealt with him much faster. And I wouldn't have taken so much damage. Thank you. Actually, yeah. Although, thank you. Thanks a lot. Anyways, do you go anywhere tomorrow? Any plans? Yeah. Are you?
All representatives tending to the Rakul situation are in need of volunteers.
That is if we sleep
In
anytime soon.
volunteering, you place both your life and citizenship at risk.
Alright, my bro. Bro fist. When? No, that's always me. Thanks. When? Of course. Anytime. So who can tell me? Who can tell me? Is Material Stash legacy bound or legacy wide or not? That's my biggest question right now. Can I put all the stuff I have in my legacy bank in this bag, and it will be available to all the characters? Can I? Good job. That's how you do it. It's so perfect. Well, it's just on this screen, but in reality, well, it's still perfect. Just imagine those lines are not there. Use imagination. Why not? Yeah, you need a bigger screen. Bigger screen right now. Plug your phone into the TV. So, as someone stopped. Suddenly the pops are no more. Means it's time to do what I usually do. Check for matches. Well, there's some people in Make Mesa. Nobody from the previous matches though.
Should the Rakul problem grow out of hand, the Imperial First Fleet is pre-authorized to commence full-scale orbital bombardment of Tatooine.
So, did Pops die? Someone left queue? That was it. Anything interesting? Out of the things I got? Don't think so though. Is it possible to get better item rating from these boxes than 270? Or is it extremely rare? Do I even need anything? Power, alacrity. Okay, and a Q-pop. Ah, wonderful! It is.
I'm your Deathmaster, Baron Deathmark. Two teams have
Wow,
been
look at
assembled
that
random.
triple merc.
Rotworms and
Well,
Frogdogs.
among triple mercs,
Team to destroy
there is always one that dies quickly.
Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winners? Who will be the corpses? Audience, place your bets!
Just want to spam mole. I too want to spam mole. But I don't have the ability, sadly. If only I could maul people with my blasters. Bend them over and like stick it all the way in. What a glorious ability would it be?
Frogdogs, Rotworms, get in there and go berserk!
Yeah, can I? He has life ward. What the fuck are you doing? Anyways, what's our plan here? Leave me alone. I swear, just leave me alone. What the? Can you die?
Rockworm eradicated. Frogdogs on the warpath.
Oh my god, why did I do that? Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Rockworm eradicated. Frogdogs on the warpath.
Well, he did take like, although he did take this amount of damage through guard, right? Then again, Nivs also took like 700k. So is that the kind of damage I should expect a Jug to take?
Next round's about to
Well, probably
start.
could take more, I guess, depending on the items. Like tactical and set bonus maybe help. But yeah, so as a merc, I can kinda take from 900k to 1 million with the no heal game. Right. So he used his...
Just obliterated a frog dog.
Ah, my god. Ah! What the fuck? No! I still have... Ah! God damn it. There is still medpack. And I did not use it. I thought they probably got stunned the moment I pressed it. That's why it didn't happen. But I'm sure my boys can sort it out. Or maybe they can't. And we get to play third round, which would be that would be nice. Well, Niv's probably dying through guard. There's like a lot of things on him, and it's pretty much assassin against two mercs, even though one of the mercs is almost dead. But if he gets some off heals, I don't see what the assassin can do, and he's slowed. And probably there's another net coming in anytime soon now. Yeah, now he's getting off healed and he's at 40%. Highly unlikely that Assassin will be winning anything here. 40%. Full resolve, 30%, but still taking damage from two mercenaries. Not the situation I would like to be finding myself in. Yeah, if only... God damn it, Medpack. Probably would have stayed alive and we would have won, but yeah. With the Medpack, I would have exceeded 1 million. Which one are we focusing anyway? Wow, he popped his defenses. This guy probably wants to die. Okay, I'm good.
Bad day to be a rotworm. Rotworm eradicated. Frog Dog's on the warpath. The round is over. Frog Dogs took that one.
Almost 900k. What about the others, though? Well, they had, like I said in the beginning, there's always one merc who just doesn't cut it. He popped reflect just like I do it. Meaning prematurely. He is the premature reflector. This guy also died. Oh yeah, that was the guy who just died without like using anything. Something happened to him. I kinda expected reflect. That's why I started AoEing him, but then he just disappeared, taking less than 400k. Anyways, if I want gear, I gotta hit those operations and flashpoints. It doesn't look like you can get any decent gear anytime soon by doing PvP. Or just hoping for the friggin' renown crates, which keep giving 270. Like seriously, expansion came out yesterday, but some people already have item rating over 300. While I just keep getting those 270 items. Sucks. Weekly ranked Warzone lockbox, and it's so yellow. Will I get anything decent out of it? Of course not. It's still the same Avenger Gauntlets. What increases your damage dealt by 3%? While you guard an ally. Wow. Wow. Amazing. An amazing tank item, I guess not. Anyways, I'm probably gonna put this in my legacy bank or something. And the rest just needs to be disintegrated. Like, why is it only 270 when you can get way better items from just doing hard mode flashpoints? Maybe I'm just that unlucky. It's pretty damn normal, I guess. Anyways, yeah, deconstruct all this. Okay. Yeah, like Fukai is 306. 306. There's Nibs and there's Junkie.
Rockworm eradicated. Frog Dogs on the warpath.
Probably should use something, right?
A Rockworm just obliterated a Frog Dog.
Oh my god, of course.
Rockworm eradicated. Frog Dogs on the warpath.
He actually should be getting Enraged Defense relatively soon if that drags on. Okay, he vanished, you should probably heal. I'm kinda rooting for the Jag here. I wonder how long. Something like... well, he's losing sadly. But his Enraged Defense should have been really, really close.
Next round's about to start. Ready, set, go rack up some kills.
Okay. Oh yeah, right, he's vengeance. Still though, 900k.
With 1 round remaining, the score is tied. Who will win the match?
I don't know what he's talking about. And I can't break its resolve is not full? Well, but thank you for helping out, I guess. Ah, my god, stop doing this. Why are you trying to push him away when he's immune? And the funny thing is, you perfectly know that, but you still use that goddamn keybind. So, what is it in terms of cooldowns do I have? Can I win? Probably not. I suck.
Time's almost up this round, and there's a tie. No tie. Game over. Rotworms humiliate the Frog Dogs. Urata thanks you for your brutality. Play again
God fucking damn
sometime.
it, Junk. You're so disgusting. For someone who does not leave his apartment, you really talk big on games.
Organization for Radical Neutralization Onward.
Hey guys, hey guys. So Casey, what do you mean? The focus, what's happening? Ass kicking 6.0 through Jinmei. I don't know, I personally don't really like what happened. At least I think it's a little bit of an exaggeration to call this an expansion. They just added more grinds to the game. No drastic changes. Yeah, okay, PvP behavior slightly changed. TTK has increased. You can survive longer. There are several possibilities of how you can build your character, but for the most part, there are like best in slot set bonuses, best in slot tacticals for your class or whatever build, and in reality, the choice is not really existent. Like, you know how the big slogan for the expansion is play your way and everything. But in truth, they're just best in slot, everything, and the rest is not really viable. So you will probably be hunting specific set bonuses, specific tacticals, optimizing your gear in a specific way, and that obviously eliminates the promoted personal way to play. So yeah, they changed something. Like those 5 levels they added, I kind of expected them to matter at least a little bit for the sake of progression, you know. Start getting acquainted with the new gear and everything, but the truth is those 5 levels take about 40 minutes to level up. This is probably the fastest, aside from when you just start leveling. It literally is the same pace as your initial adventures on Typhon or Ord Mantell or whatever. So those levels are there just for the sake of connecting. They might have as well just given you instant 5-level boost. The story is short, the grind is real. So yeah, it's a little bit too much to call this an expansion. Otherwise, same old. I still like to PvP. I was just thinking, I wasn't really mad focused, but I was just lost in thought. I don't know. Whenever I read bullshit from people like fucking Junkie or whatever else, like, even if they don't mean it, even if they just do it for fun, but I don't know, it kind of takes away from my enjoyment, you know? I don't know how to explain it, and it doesn't really bother me or anything, but I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's just unpleasant to play with those people. Like, what the hell? You barely lift up a fucking pen, sitting there having a full-time job of clicking left mouse button. And you talk this fucking nonsense in game. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking to myself. The game is what it is. Oh yeah, the lag is also real. It's true. Like in flashpoints, in story missions, the lag does exist. Kinda obvious that the server can't handle whatever amount of players there is. I mean, aside from a few new bugs that didn't exist in the game before, aside from a few rough patches here and there, then yes, it's okay. The story wasn't bad. It wasn't tremendous and astounding. It wasn't the top of the fictional writing ever, but it was fun. Voice acting is good. Planets look nice, even though they're kind of small. Some changes to character mechanics, okay, from what I can see. It's kind of interesting to have like those tacticals, and GTK has increased. Other changes are odd, like downscaling in old content. Like seriously, right now we're level 75, okay. With all new gear and everything, perfectly fine, wonderful. But what content actually needs that kind of gear? They released Flashpoint and an Operation, which are level 75. But the rest of the content downscales you to 70. And you're like... So why is there the grind? What's the point? There is no content that needs you to be level 75. I guess we can assume there is more stuff coming out soon. Or maybe not so soon, but there is. But still, like, they gave you 5 new amazing levels. And there are barely any place to use them at. There is PvP, and there is 1 Flashpoint, and 1 Operation. That's like all where you can showcase your new levels. And that is that. I can already see that getting gear from PvP is pretty much not really possible. You gotta go to flashpoints and operations. And at least before, you could like level up your command rank and expect the highest item levels to drop for you. But right now I'm not so sure. Considering in the patch notes they said that all the crates are equal and it doesn't really matter what your renown rank is. And right now they're only dropping some useless 270s. I guess it will be pretty hard to get geared that way. So yeah. Is PvP active and competitive? Are you on the most populated server? I am on the most populated European server, yeah. Is it active and competitive? Depends on what you think is active and competitive. Like if we're talking about ranked PvP, the population is like a couple of hundred people at best. And everyone is really sensitive about their rating and stuff. But it is competitive in its own right, definitely. There are quite a few good players. But the community itself is like this tiny, this tiny. It's tinier than Junkie's dick. And that says a lot. Are there level 75 gear vendors in Fleet? Yeah, but the gear prices are amazing. Well, shell prices, not the gear prices. You can only buy shells, right? So each shell costs 3,000 tech components and 1,000,000 credits each shell. So after a day of playing, I have like... well, okay, not a day of playing, like what, 5-6 hours of doing PvP. I have what? I have a few tech fragments, although I spent some to buy mystery items, which were complete freaking junk. I don't know why they exist. It's like another weird thing. They have this mystery vendor which sells you unidentified pieces, right? And most of the time you'll be getting gear item level 270, but at the same time you get 270s from pretty much anything you do. You sneeze and you get green gear eye level 270. And what the hell? Why would you even spend your tech fragments then? I imagine there is some slim chance you can get something decent. But that's just a waste of precious fragments, which are not exactly raining on you. But yeah, so far the fastest way to gear up is to go to flashpoints, hard mode flashpoints and operations. Well, I probably should not have used my shield. Now it's wasted. Could have been quite important to have it. Or maybe not. But still, there were a few mistakes. They weren't really punished. But it does not mean that making them was alright. My question is, why in the world were those guys focused on me? I believe a Hatred Sork would be, the Hatred Assassin would be a better target. It's gotten harder to kill mercs. Survivability because of the scaling for Medpack and Call to Overload has come up like tremendously. It's no joke. Why? Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, time for me to bail out. Ah! Well, maybe I shouldn't scream right now. It's already like 1-3 AM, people probably sleeping. Those haters. Those haters. I don't know why me. Like, why me? Well, they did kill me though. I took 1 million. It's still 1 million damage. You get a deal. 1 million. It's by no means it is easy. Like 100% survivability of the mercenaries has come up, and by quite a lot, I must say. Like the skill scaled in a very funny way with the increased health pool, you know. Like all the healing scales with your maximum HP. It's this 4% per stack, like 40% health. It's this 60% of your HP. Yeah. It's ridiculous scaling, and survivability just skyrocketed. Let's just do some quick maths, okay? But to do some quick maths, I need a calculator. So, before the patch, average mercenary health was 136,000, right? And in a 4 DPS game, your average damage taken would be something like 400. Well, the average would be probably above average, but still, your damage taken would be 450k. That is like 330% of your standard health pool. With the new patch, without much effort, you can take 1 million damage, right? And your health is 286. You probably can take even more damage than just 1 million. And that is 370%. So we've got like additional 40%, which is not bad, right? And I mean, 450k damage taken before was actually not necessarily guaranteed. Like I said, it was above average. It wasn't average. Average would be like 380, 400 maybe. But taking 1 million damage right now does not really take a lot of effort. Not at all. Even if you mess up your cooldowns, you will still take, you'll still sustain a lot of damage. And I would know because I've been messing up a lot. And I still survived a lot as well. So, yeah. Interesting how it is. When? Poor pets. You shouldn't have one, really. You're not allowed.
Where is Raccoon Plague on Tatooine?
They didn't do anything bad to you.
Place must be the spaceport under no
When?
clearance lockdown protocol.
Murderer! They just wanted to leave. What did you do? Annihilated them, turned them into dust. Damn. Well, then don't do it again. What I meant is don't wear that hat again. Does it? Okay. Nice. Why did you? What happened? Maybe you should have eaten or something. You died of starvation. Anyway, so is that it for Q-Pops? Or will there be something else? Because if that's it, it's time for me to bail too. It's like 3 AM. Need to do something productive tomorrow. And maybe stream in the evening. Anything. Ooh, Square, Arena, Orbital, okay, Neon, 75. Well, something is happening, from what I can tell. Yeah, let's make it the last one for today. I've had enough. One day, I guess. Maybe I'll continue tomorrow, but I also need to gear up and get my set. What? And get my set bonuses and everything. Gotta grind. Wow, so sad. So sad. Stop looking at the sad stuff.
I'm your deathmaster.
This is just very sad.
Two teams have been assembled at random. Rotworms and Frog Dogs.
Are they going to focus me again?
Wins each round. Once
Since they have nothing better to do.
till the round's over. Who will be the winner? Who will be the corpses?
When-
Audience, place your bets.
Oh, I don't know. Well, it's something similar to that Indian who drank my blood. Why are you drinking milk? Drink my blood. So 2 mercs against 2 mercs, and they have a PT. Probably need to buff myself. That's what I just did. We all know who the target is.
Get in there and go berserk.
yeah. He had his hydraulics on. What the hell? Why me though? What did I do?
Bad day to be a rotworm. Bad day to be a rotworm.
For a second I thought it was me who died, but then I looked at my HP and was like, wait, that's not possible. I can't be dead with like 60% HP on.
Boomer. Frog Dogs took that one.
Anyways, I took like 667k damage and I wasn't really in danger still. I still had tools. I didn't think anything's going to change regarding class balance. Like, yeah, of course, it still remains to be seen when people get fully geared, when they get their best in slot tacticals. But it feels like the strong classes have gotten stronger and the weak classes, well, weak classes, and the classes that die faster than others they haven't really gotten anything to change that. Okay, shit. Well, can we finish off this guy, maybe? Guess not. Could you wake me up? Thank you. Yeah, PC DPS. I don't see. I don't see how. Could it not? He needs additional survivability. He needs utility changes. Like he needs part of the Mercs utilities. Literally needs part of Mercs utilities. He needs. First of all, something like 60% Kolto. Or he needs global energy rebounder, not just in one spec. And then he needed an additional ability, and I don't know, that would improve its mobility or something, even though he's pretty mobile right now, but basically once you use your hydraulics to run away or something like that, you are done. So... And BioWare didn't really give PowerTex anything to improve the situation. Sorcerers remain strong, they got only stronger in terms of damage, in terms of tools they have to kill people. Mercs remain strong. The way their defensive cooldowns are scaled has only improved. They take even more damage now before dying, without hassling over too much. The order of defensive cooldowns, or the timing. Juggernauts still get focused and die. Power techs die even if they're not focused. Operatives were strong. They've gotten ridiculously friggin' stronger because of the resets. I don't even who even thought it was a great idea. Yeah, operatives right now, from what I've seen, they do some insane things. It's really hard to... It was hard to lock down an operative, a good one, and now it's next to impossible. How many tactical items is there for Merc? I don't really know. I mean, if you open patch notes, everything is pretty much, written there. Let me link you the patch notes. You can read what tacticals and what set bonuses were added to the game. There's a full list from what I understand in the patch notes. So just... So just read those, and they have everything you want to know.
All citizens are required to seek out signs of genetic mutation due to Rackle plague exposure and neutralize the afflicted as necessary.
Did I queue? I kinda did. But should be stopping probably. Should probably be stopping, cause it's slow and I am no longer a fan of waiting 30 minutes for a game. I would rather play something else. I am gonna be trying out Lost Ark as well as the Outer Worlds in the coming days. So far, 6.0 hasn't impressed in any way. A few things are kind of nice, but just a few things, they don't really keep you playing. These days I have more fun grinding WoW Classic than doing this. And I imagine I will have even more fun when, WoW actually releases Honor and then Battlegrounds. Okay, so... Zivits, you play WoW? What server are you on? The classic one.
mark. Two teams have been assembled at random. Rotworms and Frog Dogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winner? Who will be the corpses? Audience, place your bets!
Dreadmist. Well, is it like I populate this English server? Name doesn't really ring a bell, but yeah, I play on Stone something. I forgot what it was, and on Gold Mag. So, what's the plan?
Frog Dogs, Rotworms, get in there and go berserk!
Well, okay. Why me though? Obviously not. Obviously not again. Come on. Come on. Why aren't we attacking this guy now? Can we maybe finish off the assassin? Weird shit, really. Come on, finish him off? Ah, my freaking god. Do I have anything left still? Okay, somehow, some way we managed not to win this. But the only thing important to me is, wow, what the hell? Not a lot of damage I took this time. Well, I didn't really heal myself pretty much, and I also kind of wasted my Cult Overload, right? Yeah. Unfortunate for me, I guess. If one of those guys, either the PC or the Marauder did a little bit more damage, we probably would have won. But maybe if I did a little bit more damage, we also would have won. Okay. I don't mind. So, what's happening here?
Who's a good rotworm killer? That frog dog is. A rotworm just obliterated a frog dog.
Well, I guess not. But it was fun.
That rotworm was
Should I play another one though?
belongs to the rotworm. Urata thanks you for your...
Yeah, I know, right? Waiting for queues is terrible, but the situation's improved on pretty much every server now. Except maybe for Giannis, which still gets its queues. But otherwise, I also started on a less populated server just so I don't have to wait, because in the beginning it was freaking crazy, like 8-10 hours just to log in. Ooh, on the popular servers. So I was like, how about no? But then I also rolled the character on the servers with high population. Have they added any meaningful PvP content lately? No, they did not. Depends on what you mean by meaningful, but no, PvP has not really changed for a while. The only meaningful PvP content they've added recently is, you know, changes to gearing and the way PvP works now, or the way classes work, has been adjusted slightly.
Two teams have been assembled at random. Rotworm and frog dog. First team to destroy the other team wins each round. Once you're down, you're out until the round's over. Who will be the winner? Who will be the corpses? Audience, place your bets.
Oh, I changed my mind. So how is Sweater? It is easily accessible. You don't really have to work for most things. It does have, you know, a huge single player part, but, you know, dungeons and raids are still there.
Frog dog, Rotworm, get in there and go berserk.
The game still certainly has its fun parts. Maybe not everything is perfect, but definitely has something. Wow, that guy just used his what the hell? Why did you do that? You should die now. What a weird guy. Can we kill him? Please. Why did you stop paying attention to him? He just used his vanish. Like, quite literally, he's dead. Oh, yeah, sure. What? What happened? Could you not attack this guy? Instead, maybe attack this guy. Is it now? Get the assassin. Wow, how 53 crit. Slightly unexpected. Will win though, and I still had my mat back, but I was like, I'm not gonna die to him like this, right? I was wrong, obviously. SWTOR has its fun parts. Is it a game worth dedicating out hours of your life? As an MMO? No, not at all. Not at all. I personally, the only reason I still play this game is because PvP has always been my favorite, and it's pretty fun to play arenas. Warzone's less so. So yeah, if arenas weren't in the game, I wouldn't touch it most likely, but that's just me. At the same time, story, not exactly bad either, at least to play it once. What the hell? Okay, one. That's weird. That guy broke again. Wow, something is like real odd. Everybody's attacking their own targets. Can't say I like it. Those guys are still doing something here. Wait, how the fuck? Okay, I made so many mistakes. Like, so many freaking mistakes. Endless amount of mistakes. First and foremost issue was that I didn't really want to go into the hut to chase PT. It would have been counterproductive. And then there was this this marauder over here, which I probably need to mark. What? This freaking merc right next to me started attacking someone entirely random. Like he was on the Sork or something. Do you play any other MMOs? Well, yeah, I've been playing, for the past 2 months, I've been on WoW Classic. And before that I played ESO. Yeah, like did almost no damage. Yeah. Disgusting. Disgusting. If I did like 200k more, probably would have been kinda even. But yeah, I was being confused. I was being confused as to what was happening around me. Everyone was doing their thing, and I felt left out of it.
With 1 round remaining, the score is tied. Who will win the match?
Okay, maybe we should fight or something. That guy can run. Okay. Why not? Come on. Impossibly freaking hard to see immunity. Okay, then let's go Sork. Okay, let's not go Sork. It was as much of a mess as before. This time, kind of won. Probably because, obviously, of yours truly, Amazing Electronet on Random Assassin. Or rather, Random Electronet randomly on Random Assassin, who was randomly running past some random middle of the map. Randomly, completely. Should I queue again? It's kind of popping. So yeah, okay. So if it pops in the next 5 minutes, but this is going to be my last one for today. And if it does not, then yeah, I will just sleep happier without losing one more match. My inventory is probably full of some odd ranked crates. Can't they finally drop me something useful? Why is it still this? I want something good. Not this 270 crap. Like, seriously, come on, what the hell? What the hell? This is not what I need. Not at all. At least give me some set bonus piece or something. I am not happy with the items I get. I know the patch notes said that all crates where creates is equal, but is it actually not so? Will I get better chances with the higher ranks? I don't know. Anyways, come on, pop. How do I get schematics to craft
If you are infected with the rapid plague,
is there something on There's something on Galactic Trade Market. How do I get schematics? To craft the new gear. I could at least maybe craft armorings. I think. How do you... Okay, yeah, B. So, I bought some schematics from the vendor, but they're like entry level, right? And why would you craft 274 if just by going to the hard mode flashpoints you can get yourself outfit way faster than if you farm for these materials, and your item level will be way higher.
I'm your Deathmaster, Baron Deathmark. 2 teams have been assembled at random, Rotworms and Frogdogs. First team to destroy the other team wins each round.
So many things I don't know exact answer to, or at least they just don't make enough sense outright. Like, why would you craft 274? 2 hours of running hard mode flashpoints will give you close to like 300 already. Well, maybe not close, but definitely will be higher than 274. Why would you? Like, to craft this, you have to spend hours of farming materials. Same hours spent in hard modes will give you a much higher item level. Hello, Soul. Sorry I didn't reply to you yesterday. I wasn't really paying attention to the chat, just playing the game. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me?
Get in there and go berserk!
Zeul, how have you been? What? What's happening down there? What? No! Leave me alone. Ah, my freaking god. Of course. Typical of me. Because target will not switch to where I needed to. Maybe not. I shouldn't have broken this though, I feel. Yeah, now I don't have anything. Wee. Okay, whatever. I'm out of here. Still haven't killed anybody. Well, nothing I can do, sadly. Maybe if we actually focus the... Maybe if we actually focus the right target, might have worked. But since we did not... And that guy put up the Imperial flag so carefully. You know how PvP flags, they land with an impact, right? With a blow, like boom. You bastard, I've beaten you, I've humiliated you. But those normal flags are so innocent. as if the guy is saying, I'm sorry, I'm just going to put this flag right here. Am I not disturbing you? No, we're gonna fight this guy over here. Maybe not. Okay, he's just like not so fast. Oh my freaking god, of course. Getting the angle right. Would have been too hard. We should have chased the Sork. Now the Sork. Run, Marauder, run! Okay, don't run. Who the fuck cares? Where the hell did he port to? I've heard him port. Exhilarating fight. That guy should be so dead. Come on, wake me up. Where are the crits when you need them? That Sork would have died if only I had a crit or two. Like, but since they changed values, I suddenly lost 15% crit. A lot of so much has changed. Like, I had 48% crit on my, or was it 46.5? But yeah, I lost close to 15% crit, 20% crit damage. It is insane. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Wow. A little bit of a mess over here. No! Sork, die! Die, Sork! Die! Oh my fucking... Why? No, I guess not. And of course there has to be a little bit of desync to make things more exciting. Wow. is so weird. Okay, we did not win. Mostly because I did some weird stuff. Anyways, like I said, last game of the day, it just had to be lost. Now what happens when you, or what expansion should have ever...
That frog dog is soggy kibble. Rodward's right.
5-0 was never supposed to require more than 242, but even with 242 you still had quite... You still had quite a lot more than what you have right now. They adjusted things in a very weird way, and I just can't make any kind of sense of them. But yeah, probably what you were saying is true. Like, look at the downscaling. Downscaling is way under what we had at the end of the friggin' 5-0. Like what? I go to Eternity Vault hard mode, and I don't have more than 111k hit points, and my damage is so downscaled, like, insane. That's... Anyways, whatever, who cares? I just want to enjoy whatever's left of the game. That's all. I say this every time. For some reason, people think that this game... no, that's not the right way to say it. Some people are just way too serious about this game. Way more serious than it should be, seeing the state it's in. In any case, thank you guys for joining the stream, as always. I hug and kiss you all, and I might be back tomorrow, or maybe not. For today, I'm gonna go and have some sleep, and I wish you all the same. Stay safe.